Okay. Now I know why they picked this. Okay. Are you there? Yep. Dear. This is the cost of not reading anything beyond the title. I always think network address translation, and I see NATS, and I realize now that I am working on building a messaging system. Okay, so this was the most voted one. Unicus, good morning. How are you doing? Okay. Here's the title of the stream. Working on NATS message broker. Could have left Kafka in the title. I thought you were reading up on. I was. So what? This was up. I always think network address translation every time, even when who was it that came in the day and mentioned NATS? Because I've been using Kafka, right? And NATS has been suggested to me several times now. And because I didn't read, all I did is pick random titles like this. The URL is NATS. So I'd forgotten what I'd picked, and I didn't want to go back and look because I wanted to make it truly, oh, I've got to do that. So, oh well, there's the cost. So what we get to do in today's stream is do this coding challenge. I've not looked at it. That should be quite obvious. I've not prepared for it. I do not know what I'm about to undertake. I do not know how I'm going to do it. Just know that this is a coding challenge. Here we go. Let's see how we do it. Right. So we're going to start with a new empty solution. We have our coding challenges. No. We're going to call this one a Git repo. By the time I've done this, I definitely should not associate the acronym NATS with Network Address Translation Service. That's for certain. Going live notifications in there. Nope, don't need to do that. Coding challenge day. Building message broker. There we go. How was your weekend? still going. Nice. Yeah, suppose. Yeah, day off today. Okay. NATS is an open source messaging broker, also sometimes referred to as a message oriented middleware, written in Go, and you can find its source code in the NATS.io GitHub repository. If you want to learn more about message brokers, how message brokers are used in distributed systems, I wrote about it recently on LinkedIn. So this is John Cricket, who does this site. A fascinating site, quite a lot of challenges. Okay. So they're going to be extremely difficult or quite a fun challenge. In this step, your goal is to parse the NATS protocol. Before jumping in, it's worth reading the NATS protocol documentation, then dust off your favorite Telnet client and work through the protocol demo. My favorite Telnet client of choice would be Tools Mobile Term. New session, Telnet, remote host, demo.nats.io 4222. That's just going to do that. I don't need that. We're fine. Gonna build it all anyway. Once you've done that, it's time to begin the challenge. In this step, much like the Redis coding challenge, we're going to build a protocol parser. NATS uses a zero allocation byte parser, which you can see in the NATS source code. If you've not come across it before, this is an interesting technique to learn. I suggest using TDD to handle this. I have a limited time, and I'm not watching videos. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, let me just whip out my Go to C# translator real quick. Okay, that's just ridiculous. I would suggest using TDD to handle this so that you can develop a parser to handle the following commands. Connect, just with an empty set of options for now. Ping and pong, easy place to start. Sub, for the moment, feel free to ignore the non-required fields. Pub, for the moment, feel free to ignore the non-required fields. Some example test cases to consider are ping, pong, subfoo, pub coding challenge. When you're happy with your parser, move on to step 2. Okay, so I've got to be able to parse a string for those commands. That's what we're doing. Okay, so kind of being led down a path there, but okay. Tests. Let's go and the class library source tests, and let's go with parser tests. Manage NuGet, XUnit. Microsoft dot test SDK. Gotta remember to stand more over here because my camera covers more of this area. Otherwise, I'm just stood to the side of the camera. Yeah. Okay, let's add and substitute. Global using XUnit. Global using and substitute. Okay. So for the purpose of this example, I don't need to worry about reading through thousands of lines or 1,300 lines of Go source code, or go off and learn how to use a zero allocation byte parser. That would be an optimization that I'd want to do, obviously, later. I don't. If I start focusing on that, I'm never going to get out of that, and 3 hours of a stream is going to go by, and I'm going to be stuck doing a zero allocation byte parser, which may get me to where I need to be, but yeah. So what I need is the ability to receive these 5 commands. And respond if necessary. Right? What does the command parser really need here? Do I need to create definitions of those commands? Do I need to... Let's get something into a message first, right? Let's build out the command, the arguments, and make sure we can do that. So, when receiving a single command, we might need to change our testing style for this one just to make sure that it's obvious. Receiving a single command. So I'm not worried about the ping pong. Like I can do something with if command is this, then do this sort of stuff later. And we kind of did that in the mem cached, mem not cached. So let's go into let's go into. I'm trying to think about what I actually want to write. As far as the first test goes. When no command is received. Really simple case, nothing is received. What I actually want to do, in fact, command is invalid. Okay, so I want a public class. Assert true. Okay, so I want public class command string a public bool is invalid. Don't need that to be a method. I'll follow the normal arrange at inside of the unit test for this one. Arrange at so result equals parser dot parse empty. That's the actual act part. Parser equals new with a command parser for now. So that's a command, right? And then new command, passing test. Right, there we go. We're done. Okay. Then ping command. So I actually don't care about the command itself right this second. I just care about it starts with a command and it receives arguments, right? That's all I want to do right now. I'm not optimizing for a 0 byte allocation, a 0, whatever it's called. I don't need to learn that right this second. I'm not going through again 1,300 lines of Go code or that video to go off and learn how to do something. So what I want to do is just say, hey, what's the simplest possible thing I can do to get a better understanding of the protocol. I'm not going to test this to the extent of thousands of messages, so I'm not going to see the benefits of a 0 byte allocation parser versus a poorly allocated parser, right? Because I'm going to build strings and do all sorts of stuff here. I know that. So command is received with no arguments. Right. Fact command is valid. Fact command text is command is received argument. Received arguments is So now my style of testing fits, and this is going to break me. We have to copy and paste. So var parser equals new command parser. Right. Var result equals parse command. That should be false. Var parser equals new command parser. Var result equals okay. Arrange act assert I'm just following this pattern because it's more familiar to people. Okay, so what I'm saying here is I need a value and arguments for this to pass, and invalid should be false. These will all fail, obviously, because of that. Let's go to command, and then we need public string value, public string arguments, right? Here's an empty array. The command is received. It should build and run. Right? Arguments is empty. It's the only one we achieve. Command is valid. Okay. So let's go with, we need string command, string array arguments. And this is going to be command. Be not string that is null or empty command. So content. So if we just do content here, that's enough to make that pass. Right? Oh, I get that. Command is valid. But false is invalid. So in this case, when we pass in string to empty, is invalid. Possibly, yeah. Yeah. But again, what I want to do is I don't want to overanalyze it. I want to kind of get the basics down so I've got the ability to pull these commands out, and then I'll know what to do with them, right? And I'll probably come back over these. So I can definitely see the benefit of using unit tests here to kind of strengthen my understanding. Okay, so when command is received with arguments, you know, one of those words that you look at some days and you think, that doesn't look right. Fact. So I want to kind of come off this. Command is valid, right? What else do I want to do? I do want to do command value as received is as received. Command value is arguments is not empty and original order. I don't know if that's a necessity. We'll go with arguments are mapped right now. So let's do a range var parser command parser at command.parse. That's what I want to do. Result that is invalid. So false, result that is invalid. Do a range. Yeah. At. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, do it that way. Yep. Yep. That works. I know there's better ways of writing that test, but that's ultimately what we want. So now let's run the tests. Okay. So this is because now I'm just going to take the entire string. And so now we need to do, our parse needs to do a little bit more. So if string is null or empty, let's bail out quickly, okay? Still get a valid command. I don't want to mess around with nulls. And it makes sense. I don't want to do this. Let's see, let's have a look. Worth reading the NATS protocol documentation. Protocol, client protocol, developing a client protocol. The wire protocol used to communicate between NATS servers and clients is a simple text-based publish subscribe style protocol. Clients connect to and communicate with NATS server, a regular TCP/IP socket. Unlike traditional messaging systems that use a binary message format that require an API to consume, the text-based NATS protocol makes it easy to implement clients in a wide variety of programming and scripting languages. In fact, refer to the NATS protocol demo to play with the NATS protocol for yourself. Quite proud of that zero allocation byte parser. Yeah, I would be. Protocol conventions. Control line with optional content. Each interaction between the client and server consists of a control or protocol line of text followed optionally by message content. Most of the protocol messages don't require content, only pub, message, hpub, and hmessage include payloads. The fields of NATS protocol messages are delimited by a whitespace or tab. Multiple whitespace characters will be treated as a single field delimiter. New lines. NATS uses CR followed by ILF to terminate protocol messages. This new line sequence is also used to mark the end of the message payload. Subject names, including reply subject names, are case sensitive and must be non-empty alphanumeric strings with no embedded white space. All ASCII alphanumeric. Right. All ASCII alphanumeric characters except spaces, tabs, and separatists, which are period and greater than allowed. Subject names can also be token delimited. Case insensitive, right? So that's what I wanted to validate, because obviously everything shows as capitalized, but it's case insensitive. So this are equivalent. Okay. Okay. So let's go and get build on the simple stuff first. Then we'll worry about the more advanced cases. So regex is obviously the easiest one to figure out here. I'm not going to go and try and implement something that loops through the bytes, right? That's not the right. That's not the way that I'm going to do this. So obviously regex, you know, I could do something like command. So it's always going to be, okay, it can be plus or minus, but it's always going to be characters plus or minus. Actually, you can actually say it starts with plus or minus, right? Then any character, many, something like that, and then everything afterwards, no matter what it is arguments, right? Then carriage return line feed stuff, we'd have to figure that out afterwards. Do I like that? Quickest possible thing. I don't think I often say about regex, but it might be the most efficient thing for right this second. Let's have a look. Okay. If we take do plus okay, hello world, pub, simple, because that's just going to keep do right. That treats it all as one single line. Problem is that has no delimiter, right? Oh, that's because that because that's 0,1. That's optional. But now that's greedy, so that goes and pulls everything else, so that's fine. Yeah, but that would pull it out at least. If I start with asterisk, it's going to ignore it. That would be beginning of line. Oh. Yeah, beginning of line. Right? Position at start screen. Yeah. So that will work. So it's not perfect, but it's the I think it's probably good enough for now. So let's do public, private const string command pan with that. Then do it that way. That works. Right a second. Okay. Run those tests and see what happens. Arguments is not empty. Arguments are mapped. Okay, so let's have a look at. So we did get command is valid and command values is received, so it definitely pulled out command. Just gave everything else as args. So let's go back to our. At this point, we should probably move this out, but I don't want to move it out unnecessarily. Let's go here and see what it gave us. That one. Okay, so it gave us command group and the arguments group. The value is arg1, arg2. Of an array of two values, arg1 and arg2. Yeah. Arguments is empty after that one. Go in here. Pass in arguments. And yeah, that would definitely do it, right? Okay. So we have our very, 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 very basic command parser. What else now? But what I need to do is make sure that it will at least accept the you need to at least accept these test cases, right? So if it's got carriage returns in it, it will also pull them out as parameters. Right this second. Ultimately, that will actually, from lots of it, if it's a pub message, that means something else, right? So there's the arguments and then there's the content. Arguments and carriage return. Command is as received. Fact. Arguments is empty. So arrange our parser at rn Return line feed. Should still get command. Arrange. Get a parser. We want to do that. Arguments is empty. Okay. Hi, Leap Bomb. I'm going to learn C#. I want to know a little bit of JS and a lot of HTML, CSS. Would you recommend Blazor? So you don't know C#. You're going to try and learn C# through Blazor. Because it's web. Would I recommend that path? I mean, you might muddle through some things. I mean, going off and making sure you're comfortable with some of the C# concepts first might help if you haven't done any other sort of development. Working with C#, writing basic applications in console apps and stuff, getting used to the language structure might help you a little bit more. Blazor introduces some difficult concepts because there's the different varieties of Blazor, and there's you could also learn some bad practices from Blazor because obviously your code and your markup are right next to each other. So, have you found any good tutorials? John Horn, good morning. You're well. I would say if you found any decent tutorials on getting started with Blazor, that might be okay. But I would worry about trying to take on too much at once. And if you're going to learn C# through doing Blazor, not sure I'd recommend that path. I mean, in all honesty, I'm not the biggest Blazor proponent. Not my. It wouldn't be my first choice for UI right this second. If you're learning, the challenge is hard there. I know, Mr. Anhorn, you are a Blazor expert. Would you say that learning C# while using Blazor is the best way to learn C# or Blazor? Okay, so we have that. And command is in uppercase. That command is as. Oh, that is a lot to learn all at once. Blazor is a lot of not C# you also have to learn. Yeah, that would be my concern. There's a lot more wiring. Yeah, Leap Bomb on YouTube asked the question. If I can get. I'm going to get into web dev. In general, Razor pages would be a better start. Right. I wanted to do it to stream. C# Fritz gets. I mean, he's a partner and he gets away with merging them in. Is as was passed, I think. It as. Is as received. I mean, I kind of know this already, but arrange act I mean, I have no belief that that won't pass, but you know. Okay. Unless you have view React experience, then Blazor might be a good spot to learn C#. I find they have the same programming model. Right. So if you've got experience, I mean, Lee Bomb said, I'm going to learn C#, only know a little bit of JS and a lot of HTML, CSS. Would you recommend Blazor? So static websites is pretty much Lee Bomb's world, it sounds like. So yeah, I wouldn't use Blazor to learn C#. I'd learn a bit of C# and then look at Blazor, or maybe Razor Pages. Yeah, if you're looking to do web dev sooner, Razor Pages might be a better. And that still bugs me that Microsoft has all these different mixed. You don't like just mixed technologies. Makes it so hard to know what you're working in or what the right way to work in that. Like, what's deprecated, what's actually current. Ooh, okay. So I'm going to say that I can safely move on from that one, right? Tell me about it. Yeah. It just frustrates me because, you know, if you're coming into .NET and you're looking at the website options, you're presented with all these different things and you don't know which one is the right thing to choose. What do you need? And you've got to go pretty deep into each one to understand the differences to know, is that what I want to use? So for me, I'm going to stick to building APIs and putting spars on the front end for right now. How many Windows desktop app framework? Right, it's fragmented because I get that they're trying to make them, and then they try to make them actually cross over each other. That's the harder part. But I get that they can't necessarily deprecate something outright, but when they keep adding these technologies in, it makes it more confusing. So yeah, I would love to say that there was one right technology for web in C#, or in .NET rather. Oh, that's C#. Okay, so let's get this moving. So we've done step one essentially, right? For now, I'm comfortable that step one is working roughly, right? If you've been paying attention, you may notice that I don't have anything outside my tests because I haven't moved these into anything yet, right? I've still got them sat here at the bottom of a file, and that's because I don't want to necessarily do that until I've decided how the rest of this is going. So I've validated that I can parse a string in one format, and that I can accept pretty much all these. Right now, this would be the last argument, right? But we'll have to get into that more when we get to the specialization of pub. Okay, we get back to server stuff. In this step, your goal is to create the bones of the server, handle a client connection, respond to ping and pong messages. The server should start up and begin listening for clients connected to port 4222. When the client connects, you should send the info message, followed by the host, port, and client IP address, then wait for commands. This step, your server should accept connect and respond with +OK. It should also respond to ping requests with pong. Right. So parsing is one thing, right? And again, I'm building a broker here. I'm not building a client. So I'm using Telnet for client. We've done a lot of this recently, right? But I'm not gonna reuse it, right? Source NATS.broker. Actually, we do need that to be an actual console application. Do some hosting in here. Hosting. Hosting the Windows services. Okay. Create a program. And that's because I don't have console application. I'm missing telling it what to run, I assume. Let's see what it says. It does not contain a static method. Edit, delete, add new project, console application, all the better, source, NATS, broker, console application. Okay, so if I put a namespace in that, does that create a problem? NAS.broker. Gotcha. If that's in a namespace, then that class is outside of this file is outside of the scope. Okay, so that was my problem. Hi, socials. How you doing? Welcome. Okay, so we got hosting in there. So we need to do var builder equals host. I'm not doing a web application. Hosting extensions. I'll start a service up and then run that service. Right. And then that will start listening and do responses. So I need host Windows console. Okay. Again, this is the sort of stuff that you don't. Default app, host builder. Is host, okay. Microsoft extensions hosting. I don't think I need that one, but let's go with that one. Host dot default builder. That's not what I need. Where's that hosted? Posting NAT abstraction, you added a dot after and it hid it. Oh, did I not add it? I thought I added it, sorry. That was the problem. Didn't need abstractions. I thought I added it before. There you go. And thank you, Junicus. Services.add. Hosted service. Okay, so let's now do broker service. Background service. I believe is still the right way to do this. Do that. Hosted service, broker service. Bar app. Build.run. Okay. That's broker. I should at least build and run. You all like the templates, right? I'm just I'm using the excuse of the coding challenge to make sure that I'm kind of just going through the steps and building things and because some of these things you take for granted. Once you start using templates and stuff, it's kind of there all the time. You don't notice them change. Yeah. I know there's an XUnit project style, the template, yeah. Because again, I knew what I needed to do there. I just didn't know what I needed to. I knew what I was aiming for. I just didn't have all the pieces right. So, and if I use a template every time, I'm never going to know that. So, yeah. Right, there we go. So we started the pass service. But it's worthwhile. I mean, it's worthwhile pointing out there's templates to do some of this stuff that I'm making this harder than it needs to be to some extent. But in the same, like, I've never been the sort of programmer that enjoys just piecing things together from what exists, right? Because I could go and I've got examples of how this works, right? I've done enough of this on the stream already, in other coding challenges to do the client connection and stuff. But repetition. I'm using this as an excuse to stretch my legs and to challenge myself in a way that is good to with a bit of time. So although, the purpose of the coding challenges is for those less experienced in development, is what someone who is experienced in development struggles with in real time. Here's how I analyze it, here's how I pull it apart, here's how I refactor it, test it, etc. Those sorts of things. That was what the goal was with this, and that was what was requested. And I think people do enjoy the coding challenges. And once I put this code up there, this code is there for you to tinker with, to play with, to say, hey, here's a better way of doing it. That's fully available, right? Because I can learn if someone else knows something more and doesn't want to say it in chat. I can learn that. So let's get a TCP service started up, right? So let's create private TCP listener. This is the host, right? Let's just call it listener. Let's be more explicit here. I probably don't that anywhere else but here right now. So var listener equals new TCP listener. IP to loop back right now. Then port is 4222. Right, listener dot do while not listener start starts listening for listener dot sync, right? That returns a TCP client if one's waiting. That should block, right? Apex, good morning. What is the challenge? The challenge is to write a NATS broker, so message broker. So it's funny because this was only mentioned just the other day. I was on stream and someone came in and said NATS again. And I always think of NATS as network address. And it didn't dawn on me the first time someone said it. It didn't dawn on me the second time. I added this and didn't really. Again, I clicked through these. I didn't associate NATS with this message broker thing. This was the most voted one. This is one I picked up this morning. So I've got to implement a NATS broker messaging. So what we've done so far is we've got some basic command parsing working. I've not gone to the extent of trying to figure out the zero byte allocation version. And that is not where I'm focused. So now I should be able to get a client, and then I need to initialize the client. So when the client connects, you should send the info message followed by the host port and client IP address. Then wait for commands for this server your server should connect. Okay, so Mr. Jones, good afternoon. How are you doing? So what I hope after this is that when I see the word NATS or the acronym NATS, I go, message broker or messaging, not network address. I think I've done that every single time right now. What do I want to do here? So initialize a client. Let's do public class NATS client. Audit client. Well, so this is the server, right? So this is the listener. When a client connects, this gives me an instance of that client connection. I'm going to then spawn an instance of this because this needs to go back and listen for the next client, right? So now the communication has to go through this. So this is the listener, and this client here is an actual connected client. Yeah. So this will block until someone connects, and then it'll go, oh yeah, here you go, here's a client, right? Now this is an instance of an actual client, TCP client connected to it. So I believe this needs to have. I don't think this needs that much. But so let's do. Private list of NATS clients to add new NATS client, right? Listen.stop. Do that. Okay, so now in here. New NATS client. I need to be right back. I need to take the dogs out. I'll be right back. Okay, my apologies for that one. Yeah, the dogs need to go out. Okay, so what am I doing here? I need to initialize the client. So when I get a good afternoon, Rambler Geek. Hope you're well. So for those joining the stream, this is a coding challenge stream. So every now and then, on a day off work, normally when I've got I can dedicate at least 3 hours to a stream. And normally what I do is I pick a challenge at random, or I pick a set of challenges at random. Viewers can vote on them, and then in the Discord, and then when I get around to that day, this one's been put off a little while. I pick up whatever challenge is voted the highest, and I start right there. I don't worry about what it involves. I just start right there and do what I can. I sat down at 12, all geared up to watch, and my brother turned up and has just left. Doomed to watch without interruption. Amal, good morning, or good day. Hope you're well. NATS, wow. Yeah, so where we're at so far is we have some basic parsing, right? You knew that. Rambler Geek's been saying that for several days. And so I've got a basic command parser. We're using regex for now, right? It doesn't recommend, it recommends looking at the 0 byte parser. Being that I'm doing this in a finite amount of time, my goal was for these streams is to get this done in one stream. Not make it, I don't want these streams to go on and on and on and on. If we ever want to do that sort of stuff, if anyone's interested in that sort of development style, I'm more than happy to look at that. Because interesting challenges are interesting challenges, right? But I don't want them to go on. So the idea is once I've got to the end of the stream here, I'll commit this code into a public repo on my GitHub. You're then more than welcome to go fork it or tinker with it or do whatever you want, or even say, hey, here's my version of it and I think is better than yours because, or here's the improvements. So we can talk about those on future streams. Yeah. Doesn't pay attention to the ramblings of the geek. So basic parser right now, not over optimizing. Got some unit tests around that. We're now creating this broker service, which will then start up a listener. And when we connect to it, now we have some protocol that we need to go through, right? So once we connect, we have to send an info message to the client, and it has to have some data in it. Then we wait for commands, and the next command the client should send would be connect, and then we respond with OK. And if we receive ping, we should return pong, right? This is how that protocol works, right? And then we'll worry about step 3 later, right? So we're just worrying about step 2 right now. So there is some initial protocol we need to go through before we are on board as such, right? So public bool is ready. Get privates. No, we don't need a public. Is ready equals false. So let's go through this. Let's see if we can't. Where's that ping that happens? Doggo warning. So what we need to do is client dot. We need to kind of client dot initialize, right? That will public void. Actually, public async ask initialize. Let's go with that for right this second. This will queue, by the way. So if other clients come in while we're going through this, it will actually queue it. The connections will get stacked up behind it. So what we need to do in here is we need to send info with information, right? Which we'll get in a second. And then we need to send, then we need to wait and receive connect. And then we respond with plus OK. And then we're just listening for communications with that client. So these we need to send this. Then when we receive this, we can then proceed with this. To initialize, we just need to send that, right? So what are we going to do? Let's initialize. Async. I don't want to do it that way. Let's see if we can send this information. So we need host port. So initialize, we need to send IP address, host. Give a link to the challenge. Yes, 1 second. Make sure that's what I should have made that ready available. So the challenge, the difficulty with having the stream start when I start the stream is that I never have any time to prepare for the stream, right? Like I I don't get, oh, I need to go through a checklist of things, because normally I've got 8 to 10 minutes maximum before I start the stream to actually get everything together. So things like that, I should actually make a command. So what is our bot? Again, my bot isn't working, so this is. I really need to get some stuff working on YouTube as well. So if you're watching on YouTube and you have any interest in this sort of stuff, you know, the Discord is linked below. You're more than welcome to jump in there and ask questions as well. I don't have any commands and stuff that I can run on YouTube at this point, so a little bit more time. I never added kick. Oh well, we'll get that ready for tomorrow. Challenge. Today's coding challenge is now if I switch it. So basically all I'm doing right now is, what I've done is I've gone through step 1 and I've kind of created a parser. Step 2, I'm now building this server connection. And now I've got to go through this protocol of sending this info, host, don't know why I'm putting the method signature in there. Host IP address, int port, host IP, int port, and I think we send back the client IP. So yeah, so we need to send client dot get stream. So using var stream writer equals new stream writer, right? Await using. Really? I don't think that supports that. Okay. That's that. That. What do you like there? That's that. That's that. Okay. And then we're gonna do so what that's doing is we're going to build up that object. We're then going to flush it. Then we're going to read until we get plus OK, but we're not going to get plus OK. We're going to get connect, right? And then we're ready. The client sent. Oh no, we send plus OK to the client, right? So then we need to do writer dot write async plus OK. And that's the protocol. So it just needs to build up this object now. And var message equals new. Gonna do host equals host IP dot two string for now. No. Port equals port. And then client IP equals client dot. Do we have client dot client? Local endpoint dot. Nope. Not it. TCP client, C#, get IP address. Remote endpoint. Ah, that's why. IP endpoint. Okay, let's go with that. And then we're going to do, yeah. There we go. Whether it'll work or not, I don't know, but let's see. So what this will do is it will listener dot doesn't really matter. Do IP address, loop back, and then 422 for right a second. That doesn't really make a difference. So what this will do is I'll connect, and then I'll immediately the connection will die. But baby steps, right? I don't want to overthink this. I don't want to just try and write a load of code that is not going to be necessary. But this should at least go through some of that protocol or crash on trying to string. So this is now sat listening, right? It's actually blocking here, right? Waiting for that connection. If I go here, I edit the session, right? 127.0.0.1, right? I'm going to connect to this one. Rename my NATS broker. Okay. There we go. So now it's waiting for us to send something. So now we're saying connect. There we go. Try that again. Connect. I was saying connect that. Get info, and we get a lot of garbage in the front. Then we should have sent OK back. It doesn't echo because we've already deleted the connection, it seems. Cannot access the disposed object. So it's already disposed of itself. Why? Got the reader. So what we're going to do is, so we do, this works, right? So the only difference there is I didn't use loopback. I used, I did use loopback. I should have used broadcast maybe. That would be 0, I believe. But I didn't really. So if I do listener dot server dot local endpoint. That one cast it as address. Yeah. I don't need to worry too much about that. Not mess around. I'm not building this to actually scale. I don't need that. Hey, this is hosted on this IP right now. Just need to get this protocol correctly. So the problem is that it feeds in a load of rubbish before it feeds, and it's So we get that, we send that, but we don't get plus OK back because we've already disposed of the connection. So at this point, rather than spend a load of time, I'm going to go and look for some inspiration because I've learned some of these lessons and I know they exist. So we actually did Chatty last challenge, last month. Again, you can go and look at these in my GitHub. These are all public. This was a client server chat, right? So this chat server starts up and you can see it does almost the exact same things, right? It adds to a list of clients and then we'll listen. Okay, we'll listen. That's what the challenge is. The only difference is here I'm initializing that connection with some information first. But I created a chat client. This chat client. Oh yeah. That's the problem. New stream reader, stream writer. So we're getting that when we start. Okay. So Thorolf kindly did some more advanced C# on this one. So this will receive all the content. Now this was doing a literal client server chat. So the server started up, got connections to clients, and then broadcast all the messages to all the clients. This is a little different, but the idea is I don't want to be doing this because I'm disposing of those connections. So, we move these up here. Right. We make this disposable. Right. And we dispose of those things when we dispose of them. Then we don't need to do that. And we can do await writer, reader, writer. And then public async. So what this was doing I wonder why you've got to do that. This. If I've got to do something different there. async iterator has one or more parameters of type cancellation token, but none of them is decorated with the enumerator cancellation attributes. The cancellation token parameter from the generated async will not be unconsumed. So that's necessary to go as a cancellation token in here, which is okay. Okay, so we can improve that. We don't need that as public. That can be private. So what this does is this listens to further messages, right? Now this would be commands. And this will continue to go while this is receiving. So while the connection is open, this will continue. Hey, get, right? So if we don't do that here, we don't do that there. Just so I can save on the variables there. If not is ready, right? Console.writeLine message. Let's have a look at that. Hey, Mighty Core, how you doing? You're gonna like this one. That's not read only. So this was actually sat there in the coding challenges for a month or so. And I didn't realize it. This was the one that was voted highest. So this is what I'm picking today. So you can do exclamation mark challenge to see to get the link to the actual coding challenge, although it's actually just above you there in chat. That's the challenge I'm trying to do. It's literally creating a little a simple message broker following the NATS protocol. So our broker service starts up. Let's move our client out to a class so I'm not confused by that now. Our broker service starts up, we add the clients, and then we want to do client.listen. Right. But the way I did it on the server, we capture the task. Not sure about that one, but we'll see. Task.add. Gotcha. Okay, that's how I did it. So what I did is I await task.when all tasks, because this lets all the clients finish, and then when this is disposed, when this ends, we dispose all the clients as well, which cleans up all the connections. And then that moves there. Right. That's how I did it. So I'm not breaking up the broker service from the actual background service, which I probably should be doing at this point. So I'm just using, this is the pub sub, this is the client server chat we did in the last challenge, but obviously it's the same sort of code. and I don't want to get bogged down with trying to learn some of these things again. So we initialize, we send the client this info. They're then going to send back a connect. If we're not ready, we're going to ignore everything until we receive that connect, basically. So let's run this up again and see what happens now. Requested address is not valid. Because I put it to loop. Won't loop back. Not broadcast. That was unnecessary. Okay, so let's so there's our info. Now we need to send connect. And there we go, we get connect. And now we can send in whatever we want because blah. Right. So the problem is that that initial content we need to discard. But now this client, this telnet client is sending information up to the server. It's just I'm not processing those commands because I'm not parsing them. Just got to decide how do I trim that information off the beginning now. TCP client remove gibberish from first packet. To learn what that is. That's the challenge. But that's not gonna, hold on. So if I do broker service, NATS client, there's no flush on the reader, right? Right. That ain't gonna do anything because that's gonna block. Right. That's gonna block me from receiving anything else. So let's just test that. Again, I'm learning here, right? I'm not saying that this is going to work exactly, right? I'm gonna right. See how that's not getting to here because what's happening is that's stuck right there. So I'm going to determine what is that at the beginning of that message, that garbage data. What is that? So I need to discard that and start with the actual content. Deflux, good morning. Hope you're well. I haven't seen you around over the weekend. I've been live over the weekend as well. Ugh. Personal stuff, I hope. Not work. Had a few events. Oh, good. So DJ stuff. Well, Seto and I noticed it was quiet. He raided into me yesterday. We were doing some bot dev. We were doing some actual chat-based text adventure game. You missed 2 streams. Yeah. Saturday and Sunday. I'll ignore that one. That streaming when I cannot watch. That's messed up. So how do I determine what those characters are? Right, they're not Unicode. Let's do that again and capture it and see what we can see. So if anyone knows what that is, by the way, I'm more than happy to accept some assistance on this one. Right. So we send, when the client connects, we send them, here you go, here's some info, right? They're then meant to send connect with curly braces, right? We get this content, right? So I can't pass that as a command. But what is this? How do I term what that is? It's clearly not there. It's clearly not on this screen. So what is this? And I get it every time, on only on the first message. It's kind of like it's not a header. It's some content that comes at the beginning of the read. Is that UTF-8 even? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is that called? Right now, I could, and I have done in the past. Right. Let's have a look. I've already done this. Right. Do I deal with this at all? Write a flush, write a cancellation token. No, I didn't deal with this at all. So on the client side, no, when I'm in control of the client, so this might be a telnet client specific thing, because this didn't do it. We didn't see that rubbish. But again, we can't guarantee that there's not going to be something before the message. There's no protocol. There's no. We send info. They send connect. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's restart, and then let's get to here. See what happens. Restart that. Send connect. Curly braces. Draw. Okay. A message contains this data. US, Canada, SOH. Ah. They are control codes. So it's kind of, is that some sort of header? Right? What is this? SOH, ETX, ETX. ASCII control characters. How to escape binary data. That's for Control C, yeah. The control characters provided. So did I use, hold on, let's go back to, no, because I'm using the same thing I did. But over here, I was in control of both things. You shouldn't just use input stream reader without specifying the character encoding. It's very unlikely the platform default encoding is the one you want. I should have been using raw, not telnets, and utilizing anything from that protocol. So does this mean that I should be edit session? That space. Terminal settings. That's just settings on the terminal. That's not really. So my question there was: is it so if it's telnet headers, then is it just a fact of me using telnet? In reality, in the client server chat, I was in control of both sides, so never got that rubbish at the beginning, so didn't even have to account for it. I think in the memcache stuff, actually, we might have done that as well. So the previous was mem not cached. This was the previous challenge, right? I need to add the right, and this was you could push data into it and have it store it in memory, etc. Right? So this was a caching client. But it still come with the protocol, right? It still come with that. So not cache client. Command passes. This was actually passing the commands. Set. ASCII get string. This was using this is just reading from the raw stream and then getting ASCII bytes. Let's change up that. Whereas this was UTF-8, but then this shouldn't change the behavior. So that thing you linked to, Junica, was basically saying don't use the default, the input stream reader, right? So what does this look like now? Okay, so it's same message. Okay, so the still a better format. But in the not cache stuff, we actually read the bytes directly from the stream and then got the stream the old-fashioned way. But it would still have had that rubbish. So the command parser had to deal with it. Regex on escape. Because we're using the telnet client, we're using the actual telnet. I think it's actually related to telnet. It's sending some sort of commands. Yeah, it is. So if we use telnet on Windows, then that's still installed by default. No, that's not there by default now. Finite TCP control with a socket class. Client, connect to server. Server connection, create a network stream to send and receive data. That's a network stream. That's not. So, hold on. I want to learn more about the private read-only network stream equals client.getStream. Then we can do stream write async. That's more raw. So that's going to do, yeah. And I want to do it just to, actually it doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, right? We don't need to do this initially. Wait, task, completed task. Stream read async. That's so when I'm doing the chat client, reading it all as text actually makes sense, right? But when I'm not doing the chat client, I don't want to do it's not a text-based protocol because you can send data, right? Oh, it is kind of text-based because it can send connect. Can I provide options? Yeah. The gibberish is part of the Telnet handshake and it's something called Telnet options. Right. So to practically, we could, to move this forward, how do we delimit that? Because we just strip it off the beginning, right? What I'm trying to do here, what I'm thinking about doing here is changing this up to be byte buffer was new byte byte bar buffer while await stream.read read async buffer 0 1024 right. Do while it's red 0 it's red it's red equals await stream if so this would be string builder SB equals new. This is not good. This is not good. I don't think this is gonna. No, this isn't gonna help me. But my thought was if I could get that as an actual piece of content first, then that's gonna change that behavior. But it's not. It's just gonna make it even harder. So let's put this back. Now, if I find that, so the protocol's simple, and I think it is a text-based protocol. Yeah, simple text-based publish subscribe style protocol. So there's no binary data in there by default. So if I can strip the binary data off the beginning, then I'm good, right? Telnet handshake, remove telnet handshake from C# string. Let's see if we can find that. Da, 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 da. I'm not writing that. That is not happening. That's that. Can I prevent the telnet client from sending that? Because it's not telnet, right? I don't want the telnet protocol in place. I just want a raw socket connection. I send data. There's no proxy. Advanced telnet. Negotiation mode. Let's see. If it changes up what that is. Okay, so connect. We have. Oh, that was different. Oh, same thing. So I need that. If okay, so connect. Okay, we do get there. So I want to pass that out here, right? What do I want to do? It's not just a trim. I can't just say, hey, remove the first 20 characters, etc. I need to find. It's encoded. It's not binary data. It's encoded in there. There's no delimiter. That's the problem, right? Bad. It timed out. The connection timed out there. Yeah, I kind of want to say, hey, just ignore the beginning and then go to the first piece of content that you actually do have that's not control. Well, the problem is this doesn't get sent until the first message actually gets sent from this client, right? So if it's protocol, if it's the telnet protocol, I kind of want to. I don't want telnet. That's the challenge. No, the built-in one isn't there anymore. You have to install that. I'm not messing around installing tools. Hi Shy, how you doing? Welcome. I mean, you could use the NATS CLI if you want to use that in the end and run NATS pub a pub. Yeah, I'm trying to stay true to this because I assume that eventually you could essentially do that, right? Good, how are you? I'm good. Good. So yesterday ended pretty well overall. I didn't get quite as far as I wanted to do, but I did kind of have the chat thing working. So I'm going to continue working on that today, actually, off stream. I'm going to work on seeing if I can build it based upon the JSON file, build a little text-based adventure. So you've definitely got my my gears turning on that one. How I would do it. So I kind of want to build that to be here's a tool, you can create a JSON file that matches this format. Now you've got a story. Now I could allow someone to write their own story and just plug that into the stream, and kind of create a format for that. So you can actually have one going on many streams. Just got to decide if I want to make it collaborative or make it so you have to use channel points to redeem votes on options. So the chat could kind of just troll each other and mess around, move a story forward. But that way you could, if you were interested in writing a cool story, you could build it out and then run it into and just drop a file in, and it's available. So for those who don't know, yesterday's stream was a chatbot based text adventure inspired by Shai's recent contribution to the Brackies Game Jam. My coffee's going cold. Okay. So once we get over this challenge, we should be okay. We can start getting to commands. Just got to figure out how to trim that data off the beginning. So if let's have a look. Yeah, so Shai, we kind of got it building based off the JSON. We'll actually build up possible commands, and then each command would allow you to kind of it would have aliases. So it was getting there. Still honored I'm not usually very creative. Twitch chat did help me a bit with the story as well, so I can't take all the credit. Right, but you could actually, there's possibilities. So it was kind of fun to explore. How would I do that differently, right? I have a different perspective on development. I have a different approach to it, and so it did inspire me quite a lot. So I appreciate the inspiration there. Okay, so we've got to basically pull this out, right? So what is this? You have more experience, right? But again, it's no. Hey, Kenny. Hope you're well. My day is off to a good start so far. Coding, day off work. I'm going to finish the stream later on. Hopefully get this working. Oh, if you read them as ints and print them, it makes more sense. Okay, so binary reader. Oh, you don't want to do that. Can I convert? How would I do that then? Read them as ints. Okay, I get what you're saying. To array dot he goes to there you go. 655333. Okay. So what is that? ETF8 dot no. What do I want to do with them? So this is a challenge of not knowing what that actually represents. Well, I know what it represents, but I don't know how to necessarily pull it out of what I have and delimit it. Right? If I could say, okay, this is garbage data, and I can guarantee it's garbage data, I could read until the rubbish is gone, and then return the rest. Right? How do I say that is rubbish data? Can I guarantee the length of it? Can I guarantee, I don't want to just say, okay, take 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21 characters and say, hey, discard them. Right? I mean, I could. Let's see what happens if I discard the first 21 characters, right? Well, I can't because I don't know. I'd have to know that they are those characters to discard the first 21, right? Not what I meant. Apparently, they should end up being something like IAC will the control characters, right? I mean, converting them to an actual integer just tells me that I can. History extensions, security vulnerabilities. This is with fixed width length, right? But I don't know that it's there. I need to check to see if it's there to know to strip it. That's the problem. A bit of a ton as is. 0xFF or 255 decimal is the IAC byte interpreters command, which signals that the next byte is a telnet command. How do I do this? All data octets except 0xFF are transmitted over telnet as is. Command to insert the stream is Standard commands consist of at least 2 bytes. The first byte is the ISC character, followed by the byte code for a given command. I'm not sending. Byte T. So how do I strip that garbage off the front? I thought I did this before. I do think I came across the same problem in mem not cached. I thought I did. Stream extensions, write to stream, TCP listener, accept client, not cache client, listen for messages. Task pool. Not cache client. Append ASCII get. So this. I wonder if using this method, it actually does, because this uses the telnet client, right? This uses the same thing, but yeah, let's have a look. Let's do this. Append. Have a buffer. If bytes ready is less than buffer size. Then you get that. So the point of that is basically it'll read and read and read. So if you send, if you set the buffer size to a K, and then you send 5K of data, it'll read and read and read and read until it fills up, and then it will process that buffer as soon as it gets anything less than that. But bytes read should never be 0. There should always be something. Right, so that's what I was trying to do down here, right? I was trying to change this up to be something similar. Right, so this would be yield return buffer toString, right? It'd be that. I still don't think this is necessarily the right way to do it. Var bytes equals new byte buffer size int buffer size equals 1024 for right this second. And that would do that. Stream here is not that one. Private read-only network stream equals client.getStream. That's that. Let's see what this does differently. Something like this. Right. Interesting to look at this in terms of let's have a look. So we connect. Oh, there's our buffer. It read our buffer out of the way. No, it didn't. Right, it's read 10. There's our buffer. But if you notice there, what happened... Oh, that's interesting. We get it twice now. But we do get that first. Ah. Now we're reading it a bit. I probably am doing something wrong here with how I'm doing it because I copied and pasted it in. Let's have a look at this Telnet communication class. Looks like old. Yeah, 10 years old. Bit further up. Read past Telnet. Okay. So they read the stream. While TCP get the byte. So they're reading each byte. Interpret as command. Wow. So they're reading it out of the way. Again, I don't need the Telnet commands, right? So what was there? It looks like you need to open the socket. Okay. By looping through. Okay. I saw a similar problem, adding 3 reads in 8 seconds timeout, finally reading again and showing you my rich Xbox. See, I don't want to do that. I don't want to end up with some sort of hacky... so they use these verbs, IEC, right? Options 3. So if we look back at this, we see 3. I love that. Enum options SJ. There's one option in Enum. I get it, they're implementing it. But so if we take the entire string, how do I know that that is not... Well, let's remove that back out again, right? Let's put this back in, right? Because I would need to... I'm reading it a line at a time. I would need to go and get the first set of bytes and see if they actually match a pattern. If they do, then I deal with something. So if that's always going to be 253, 253, right? If I do command like that, right? Then all of these are in my normal ASCII range, right? So if it starts with a non-ASCII value, then I read until to what? Because do I just do that? Do I read until I get an ASCII value? Yes, the other option is to... So Mighty suggested using the CLI, right? So if I use the NATS CLI tool, right? then maybe I can connect to this using this tool, right? And that way this has got the protocol as is. Challenge there is I would imagine I do not have Go installed. No. So yeah, that's kind of what. So I do does this give me just give me an action? It's not an iterator. Because they're in 3-byte segments, right? So if it starts 253, then it's a command. That's really what it's doing. It's 31, 32, 24, 39, 1, 3, 3. Hi, Temtic. How you doing? So if it starts with, if the first 2 bytes are 253, then I ignore the next byte. Not doing bad. I'm tinkering with Telnet protocol right now. It's not something I wanted to be doing, but it is. This is useful if you're kind of following along with this on .NET. So if you do !challenge, you can see what I'm working on right now. So actually that falls. If it's 253, 253, so we need to do var content equals because they're in 3-byte clusters. So if value byte by 0 equals 253 and byte by 1 equals 253. There's probably a way quicker way of doing this. So the first listen, you could start reading by bytes. If the byte is 253, read 2 more bytes and drop them. Repeat until the byte is not 2, then it is your command. Yeah. Yeah. So right. So all I'm doing right now is just kind of considering my options. So that's why I'm just typing stupid stuff in here. Right, because the first 2 bytes I'm going to start with 253, but again, the pattern is there. So how do I want to write that? if it is telnet, or determined by the first 2 bytes being 253, then public string remove telnet. String value. So then while I want to kind of pattern match it, don't I? Realistically, I do want to pattern match it. I want to say, hey, if it has this pattern, like it's a 253s, then another character. So that's the control, right? There's got to be something. Not even standard. It should, yeah, it would be 255, 253, 1, 255, 253, 31. That first digit can change. I don't need to worry about that right now, right? I just need to worry about this particular pattern. But again, that is something that I would want to know. So what these are is it's this IAC command, right? So you can send in this will, won't. So this is do. So 253 is do, right? So if it's one of these sequences, so you have sequence initializer, but it repeats it so that it doesn't duplicate. So the first byte is the IAC escape character followed by the bytecode for a given command. So it'd be like 255, 253, 255, 252. But then you've got these afterwards. So 3 is a suppress go ahead. So what this is doing, yeah, okay. I kind of had it before, right? So array.forEach value.toArray t goes to console.writeLine byte. We're going to cast the t, right? So let's just remove. Yeah, they do have a lot of challenges. It's pretty cool. So here we go. So this is not sending standard, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to think about how I want to do that, right? Like it feels like, so this is sending a 31, which is a negotiate about window size, and 32 a terminal speed, and 24 terminal type, 39. So it's actually a request, new environment option. So it's actually making a request for that data, right? 1 echo, 3 suppress go ahead, and then 3 suppress go ahead again. So I want to strip out everything that isn't a telnet control character set sequence, right? So can I do byte 3 byte sequence so if I loop through in chunks, I do for int start equals 0 start less than value.length start plus equals 3. If is telnet value dot. This is really inefficient. This is why now I know why they do it. Now I know why that Go file is so big when they're doing this sort of stuff. Well, they're not using telnet here, but they're parsing it out. And what I'm going to do is going to create a load of memory that I don't need to use. Not the most efficient way of doing this. What I was going to do is just loop through in batches of 3. And the first time I find that it's not telnet, that's the start sequence, right? Then I can just bail out. But to do that, I'm going to have to keep splitting it. Oh, no, I can use value start dot 3. Does that give me what does that give me? Bar sequence equals value start. Can I do the spread in this one? Is that possible? That'd be awesome if I could. Spread operator, C#, subarray, subarray. No, C#, C#. Can I do it as an offset though? Merge list equals list 1, 3. That's not spread. Not spread I'm thinking about. Ranges and indices. Command. Yeah, that does work. In .NET. In .NET 8. So what I'm thinking there is doing something like, and I can't do it in here because this doesn't support it, because I'm in .NET 7 here. So if I can do that start plus 2, right? Then if is telnet, if not is telnet sequence, right? Something like that. Then I can say int starting equals yeah, but I want to make sure that the 3 characters, so I want to loop through in the chunks of 3 and split them out, right? I can do the first one without even jumping into the for each, so I can avoid that allocation, but I'm worried about excessive allocations here. Because obviously if this was a protocol, if this was actually sequence messaging, this would actually not work very well. So watch. If I do private bool is telnet. Command. And this is a byte array sequence. And this is return. And do sequence 0 equals 253 and sequence 1 equals 253, right? That's not correct, but it's useful for now. So then I paste that in. byte value equals line dot oh, this is irritating. Aren't you just testing one byte? The first one, if it's 255, 254, 253, and so on, if it's a command, move the index of few steps until the current is not a command. Right, but they're in sequences, right? Although I shouldn't, what did the control characters, so they should never be. Okay, let's just do this. Var bytes. Right. If bytes 0 equals 255. So again, if the first one is a 255, then I need to pass. Then I need to go through in the segments because again, I don't know for certain that that is. Right. So if the first byte is 255, then I essentially need to loop through all the bytes. Right. Then I need byte start. Needed. Start. Go away. Start plus 2, right? Unless that's inclusive. And then actually no, I can make it simpler. If byte start equals 255, then index equals so I want to loop. So if the first one is 255, then I want to go through in chunks of 3 until I don't hit a 255 control character, right? Or 253, right? This is going to be the challenge. This being, but for right now, I know that it's going to return 253 all the time. Let's try that. Let's see what happens. If it moves us on, that's good. Good. I mean, this is a side effect of using the tools I'm using now. What I could have done instead of is followed Mighty's advice and gone and tried to install Go and get the CLI installed on my machine and see if the CLI, because the CLI shouldn't be putting these protocols in place, right? It should be more raw text. So I could have gone and done that. I'm kind of still, if you were following these instructions, if you're trying to follow this challenge, you're using Telnet, right? So this is a real thing. So if you're using C# for this, then you're going to get fed this. Now, I don't know why any other client wouldn't also get fed this. So let's see if we can do this now. So if we restart and then we do connect, we get that. Still getting that. Okay. Oh, because I've done that. Right. Let's run that again. The NATS CLI, you can straight install the binary. I didn't see the option, so why are you still doing that? So close tab. Connect. Okay, so bytes. You're kidding me. What? Let's start that again. If it's an initial communication, that's an entirely different challenge, right? But what? Okay, let's run that once more. So if I try and treat it as a set of bytes, then maybe it strips it out already. So that's why the byte reader in the original didn't suffer this. Maybe that's why. So let's have a look. We do that now. We do connect. I think it's going to send them. Well, hold on. I didn't have a breakpoint there. I don't know. It didn't send that, right? Let's start that once more. So if that's working, that's fine, right? So, but that would be frustrating if all of a sudden it's now. Oh, not sending it because that's not in there anymore. I didn't change anything. Wait, so what was the problem again? I don't know. That's the problem. If we watch, right? So this is let's put the breakpoint there, right? If I do connect, it doesn't have it. It doesn't have the control characters now. Right? Set the button back to magic, please. If I do that, do connect. It's not doing it. It's not sending that now. I didn't change anything. No. You're more than welcome to go back and watch the VOD to see if I did. I didn't change anything. I changed passive before, but I closed it and restarted it. Maybe passive. Maybe it took. Yeah. Okay. Wow. What a sink of time. So it has to be that I changed it to passive, and maybe I didn't close the tab, which kept it as active. So let's go back. Let's go change that back to active and then verify that, right? So if I go here and do active mode, I bet it will send the commands now. So removes the telnet protocol. But I don't see anywhere where that was. I mean, that's a lesson, right? That's if this is going to do what I think it's going to do now, then yeah, it does. Okay. That's it. So if we put it in passive mode, it does not send control characters. And I'm an idiot and have wasted most of my stream working on that part. If message equals connect, or starts with, then we're going to do writer.write plus OK. Is ready equals true. Well, so just to be clear, this is why I stream this, right? This is not someone who's just started coding doing this. This is someone who has been coding for a while. I don't do this all the time, so this is new ground as such. But that's why I'm streaming it, right? So if you're worried that your code isn't up to snuff, or you don't know what you're doing and you can't take on new things because you don't know what you're doing, I have no idea, right? I clearly have no idea here. So, I'm. Why does that break there? That's that. So I'm guessing you don't have the Windows Telnet because that is not installed by default anymore. Could it be a nice test to see if it does that too? It could be. I will do that after stream. So if anyone is interested in that, I'll let you know if the default behavior of that is active or passive. Oh, hold on. It might. No. Telnet locals. There's nothing here that says passive. Yeah. So, no, I'm not working. But I do have a time limit on stream time. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. And that's why I do these coding challenges on days off work. So I do have a little bit more flexibility, and I don't have to stress. Okay, so what we should have now is we should be able to start this up, connect, and get an OK back, right? That's what we want to see. That's our protocol, essentially. And again, it's not perfect, but it is. Oh, close connection. That is not good. Oh no, in close connection. I don't know why I wrote that. But if starts with connect. If not is ready. Okay, so we should get there. The command shouldn't be that difficult to continue. No, we should be able to get this done. Or at least working in a relatively short amount of time. So I apologize, but that is exactly why. Okay, so if it starts with connect, that segue was super interesting. Well, if nothing else, we learned about the Telnet protocol, and if we ever have a requirement to implement Telnet, we know that there's a bunch of commands at the beginning of it. So we're not getting that back. Oh, you know why? Oh, that async doesn't take it, but the other one does. I'm not flushing the output, so it's sat there buffered. Because for efficiency, what it does, it will hold on to messages and then send them in groups. Right? That's actually common in Kafka as well. Kafka, if you send a message and it doesn't actually hit a barrier, you don't flush. It will wait until it actually if you set your buffer size to a K, it will wait until it gets to 1K worth of messages before it actually sends them. Okay, so if we do connect, there you go. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now we should receive ping pong, right? So if is ready, so if not is ready, we have to wait for our connect. Otherwise, now we can proceed. So now, there you go. So what I'm doing is I'm implementing it in the, I'm not even using that command parser that we spent the first part of the stream working on, right? I don't need to. I just need to worry about that right this second. So let's reload, let's connect, we get OK, we do ping, we get pong. We do pong, we get nothing. We do ping, we get pong. Okay, so there we go, there's our ping pong, and there's that. So step 3, in this step your goal is to allow a client to subscribe to a topic, publish a message to the topic, and receive messages published to that topic. Right. If you do a ping before they connect, that should not. Yeah, if I do a ping before they connect, it'll do that, right? So if not is ready, actually no, it shouldn't. It should bail out. Continue should jump forward. So even if I do a ping before that, if I do ping, I get nothing. I do connect, and now I do ping, I get pong. Yeah. So in this step, your goal is to allow a client to subscribe to a topic. So again, I'm not trying to focus on the actual command parsing here. I'm trying to focus on the behavior, which has been my focus the entire time. Right? I want to understand this behavior. When I understand the behavior, I can see where my command parsing comes in and whether it will be good enough for what I want, how I want to deal with it. Right. So the server will need to parse the subcommand and add a client to the list of subscribers to a topic. Right. So if message dot starts with sub. So now, as much as that last statement held true, I can immediately see what I'm about to write needs a little bit more because I need the arguments, right? So now I already have that behavior in my parser. So let's move that out. Project, source, NATS.parser. I'm going to break it out because I command parser. I'm going to do a little bit of future proofing here, right? This is going to be a command, so I'm going to move these parts around now. So let's move our command, move to another folder. This is going to go to nats.parser. and we're going to move our command parser. NATS.parser. Let's add our global usings. Let's refactor, adjust namespaces. That move, get it anyway. Well, we're using NATS.parser. We can add a reference to NATS.parser there. Should fix that. Those tests should work. Should be able to still run the tests. There's our test still passing. So I'm just going to make this iCommand parser. This way, if you want to later on, if you want to pull this repository and implement the parsing of the command differently, you can go and do that, right? The tests would need to be added to, but that way, if you, because I'm using regex, right? So I don't really care about the speed. Obviously, if you wanted to go and try and implement a byte parser and use the same code, you can do that without worrying too much about everything else. So I'm going to pull this method up, my interface. What? Oh, I don't want the implementation. You. What? Is that now the default behavior? Pull members up. This is the problem with implementation in right. Extractor interface, iCommand parser, there we go. Now iCommand parser. Where'd you go? Oh, you're there. Move to another file. So yeah, we'll set up dependency injection and make it inject iCommand parser so we can worry about that later. The reason that I kind of quickly backtracked on that is I can clearly see that I immediately have a need to do that. So iCommand parser reference our project, and now in our broker service here we can inject our iCommand parser. Right, now our parser goes inside of that. Oh, doesn't it? Goes ahead of it. And our program. Did I make this? I didn't. Lost library. In here we can do services.add singleton iCommand parser command parser. Right, we're just going to use the default one. We'll inject it as a singleton for now. Team 1240, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, any comments or suggestions, feel free. Stream is not one about me being productive necessarily, although I kind of suppose it is in this. So what we need to do is take. So we would never receive data that is not part of our message, in theory. We will, but we're going to come back around on that one afterwards. So var command equals parser dot parse message, right? If command dot is invalid, continue. Right, we're going to just bail out. If command dot value equals connect. Right. Command.value dot equals ping. So let's test that first with our code as it stands, and then we'll come back around on the whole sub thing. Make sure the basics work again, right? So we can do here, we can go connect, we get OK, we can do ping, we get pong. So our command parser is working, giving us the right information. We're saying equals, so you know, even in this case, it did definitely pull out the curly braces afterwards as arguments. So we don't need to panic about that. Now, this one, if command.value equals sub. Now, again, I'm going to write this all as just if, because it's a... I'm going to do continue there because it's just, I don't need to do everything else. I can just continue on the loop back for the next message, you know. Methods. Well, if you're trying to understand something, right? If you start trying to over-engineer and tidy up too early, you might miss a pattern, you might miss something that you're handling. So if I start breaking these out as methods now, I might that pattern might not appear to me. This is still going. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So I'm not trying to jump ahead and trying to. Now I did just pull the command parser in because I have a value now of this is now going to give me some arguments, right? Whereas I don't want to do that extra work. So this has 2 arguments, right? So a topic subscriber. So you subscribe to this topic. Give us a preview of your thoughts. I mean, so what am I kind of attempting here? So in this step, your goal is to allow a client to subscribe to a topic, publish some message to the topic, and receive messages published to that topic. The server will need to pass the sub command and add the client to a list of subscribers to a topic. We'll also need to pass the pub command and then publish the message it receives to all subscribers of that topic. Your goal is to be able to connect to do something like that. So I'm going to create a simple dictionary of connections. Am I going to do that? Yes, I am. That's what I'm looking for. I want to make sure that has. So that, if we look at the protocol, connect, pub, reply to number of bytes, the payload size in bytes. Oh, you're kidding. So pub subject, reply to reply subject that subscribers can use to send a response back to the publisher requester. To publish ASCII string hello NATS. Oh, that's pub. That's not sub. Sub. That's sub. Subject queue group. Specify that the subscriber will join this queue group. A unique alphanumeric subscription ID generated by the client. Right, so sub foo 1 is subscription identifier 1. It's the subject and then the group into which it will be grouped. So it's not enough to just have so let's get the first part working, right? So that's not doing anything. Oh, because the content is there, right? We're saying that's how many bytes are after it. Okay. This is the group. This is the bytes that come next, right? So this is a kind of a, hey, by the way, you're going to expect this coming in. And then what is MSG? MSG used to deliver an application message to the client. So that's the content that's going to go up. So you're going to see MSG appearing here. Right, okay. That's fine. So if command.value equals sub, so we're going to need to get the topic and subscription group. I don't know why I don't think we need that in this first one. Get a topic. And then what I'm thinking is we inject something into this that is kind of like a coordinator of sorts. That coordinator holds on to which client connects to which topic. So let's do NATS parser, NATS broker. With iMessage broker. Public. It's going to have a void subscribe. That's going to be a NATS client. String topic. NATS client. Void. This pack string topic. Publish. That's going to be async. Subscribe doesn't need to be. Let's just make that. String topic, string message. Default message broker. So this is going to need private. I don't like this. That's the subscribers. So this is going to say if subscribers topic that contains client. If not, subscribers actually if subscribers dot contains key topic subscribers dot add topic new list of NATS client. Then so again the dictionary we'll worry about that afterwards. We'll come back around because that obviously then has subgroups sort of, but I'm not sure why that has a bearing at this point. And then we add the client in there, right? And then for publishing, we're going to say var clients equals subscribers topic. If not subscribers contains key, return task that completed task. That's clients, and then we need to do for each var client in clients. And then we're going to do, so now our NATS client needs a send command on it, right? Public async task, publish async. That's the, let's align with what we have, right? So we know that this is message. So send message. This is going to be message subject name this message received on. So we do need the subject still, right? So the topic, I called it topic and I shouldn't have called it topic. Subject. Subject. Message broker, subject. Okay, named it in the interface as well. Okay, so then what we're going to do here is we're still going to need a subject. So string subject, message.length, rn, message rn. And that sends the message, right? So now our NATS client in here, we can do await client.send message, subject, and then message cancellation token. And async that. This is one way I can do that, right? By task. Well, we don't care about that. There's no actual value there, that's the problem. So I'm running out of time, unfortunately. So I want to get this kind of, at least if I can get the pub working. So what I'm going to do again is I'm going to create another singleton here. Whether this is a good choice or not, I don't know. I message broker, default message broker, right? And if you're interested in taking this code on and maybe doing some tweaks or updates to it, or even just downloading it and seeing if you can play with it, right? You're more than welcome to do that. I'll make the repository publicly available. This will go in my TBD develop main account rather than the Stream Friends one. But now this NATS client here, if we get a sub, we want to inject our default message broker here, right? I message broker. Again, what I'm trying to do here is not overanalyze. I'm trying to give it all the things it needs so I can then peel it back and look at what I would do differently, how I would clean it up, you know, where I'm seeing patterns to repeat. If I go and try and do that too soon, then I could end up with a more of a mess, right? I message broker, right? And then we're going to inject our broker into the client, right? We could flip this a little bit in that we could event off these commands. So right now I'm keeping a lot of references to these things, so I could be leaking memory, I could be holding on to things, I'm not disposing of things properly, so I could be causing quite a few issues here in terms of memory leaks. So I'd want to run some tools over them and see what happens. This should be disposable, so when it tears down, it disposes all the clients, which cleans up any connections and everything like that. But Let's see if we can get this pub working again. So in the client, yeah, I'm going too far ahead here. So broker subscribe, arguments 0, client this, right? If command.value.equals pub. So now we are, yeah, there we go. So I'm saying, hey, take argument 0 and argument 1. So in this case, when I do a pub, I have the subject and then the reply to, and the bytes. Now here's the challenge. So in my unit tests, I didn't account for, yeah. 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, so this is great in theory, but it's not going to do what I want it to do, right? Because arguments. So in this case, what I need to do is make sure that when publish command is received, arguments are. So publish command itself is a little bit more involved than so fact arguments contains message content, right? So the publish, so bar parser equals new command parser act. So a publish message looks like, let's go back to the protocol, as a subject. So, you know, subject. Then it has reply to, reply subject that subscribers can use to send a response back. So the problem there is my arguments are not sufficient, right? So that will reply to joke.22. This is the challenging component. I need to, for this step in the design, I need to get the pub sub working. I don't need to overthink the design. However, I do need to make sure that I capture the content separate from the actual arguments, right? So I need the concept of content, because the protocol here is, again, if I don't, so if I say 5, right? Then that's hello, right? My assert is command value is pub. My subject is arguments to 0, right? My content there, though, is arguments 2. So command, no arguments value. There you go. That's the problem. So our parser broke. Why did it break? So let's have a look at the actual content. So we go to regex 101 again. And again, is this the best thing to be doing? Is using regex here a good idea? Probably not. I probably wouldn't recommend it. Right? Yeah, there you go. That's the problem. So it knows that the command is pub. But as far as the arguments go, you can't split them. Right? What we do in the parser is we actually split the commands. We do split. So in this case, we would get subject and 5 would be the arguments, right? And then /r/n body dot star. That's not going to match. Oh. Yeah, you can hear the dog barking. There's someone outside treating the house for pest control. And yeah. He's not happy. That's greedy, so that's not going to do anything. I want to do anything but, right? What's the negate? There's a negate operation. Everything but r/n. Right? Is it just rn? It's a way of negating the. So I want everything but. I could also break on carriage return. Right? You just read extra bytes when it's certain commands as you're passing the. Well, again, I'd have to put specificity in here for command, which becomes the challenge. Right? So I'd have to put something in. I'd either have to put the specificity into the. So create a kind of command that is the sub or the pub part of this that inherits from this, as you kind of mentioned in the beginning. Is this a base as an abstract base? That could be that way where this now knows, okay, well, I've got some speciality around these arguments, so let's treat them differently. Right. I'm interested to know what this comes out as, though. He's an unhappy puppy. Okay. Why didn't I go in there? Okay. Debug. It doesn't match the pattern. So my content comes out. Okay, so I return everything as a content. That's the problem. Okay. So realistically, what I need to do is if I receive a string, I want to read up until I find a carriage return line feed. Once I get that, everything after that is content. Everything before that is the actual pattern and the arguments of the arguments. So if I, in the case of the pub, I could have 3 or I could have 2 arguments, right? The last argument should be the length of the content that follows. And then the first argument is always the subject, but there could be a second argument, optional, right? Which we don't need to worry about right now. I was thinking more on the if command equals value. Right. So what I'm wanting to do here is I want to pull out. I'm okay with splitting the. So let's do it that way. Public string content. Var components equals string dot split. Content dot split. Right. If null or empty content, right? That is on components 0 all the time, right? If components dot length greater than 1, content equal arguments var content equals components dot length var message components content null command content there you go. In the telnet, you're not going to get the content in the same string. I am, because I'm not feeding carriage return line feed. So but you are right. So realistically, what that looks like in reality, like you said, okay, so we get that, and you're saying, hey, you're about to receive some more content. So the next message that comes along will be that. In the way this is working right this second, the way that's going to work, let's just see. I don't have much more time left. We're kind of running out. Publish async arguments 0 command.content, right? I'm saying that's going to be 100% true. So if we run this, so I get what you're saying, yeah. So if we do okay, and then we do sub to friend, we probably need to send back okay as well, right? This one is where you extract the method. Let's make sure we're getting content back and not ending somewhere. Send okay. We sub, we await, send okay. If we do reload, we do connect, okay, and then we do sub friend, okay, then we do pub friend 5. Then everything. If we do it the way I guess you're saying, I'd hit Control Enter there, and then I'd send the rest of the content, and then I'd send that content. So they would become as 2 packets. So it would come in the next payload. Yes. But now I need to change this to then say, okay, well, if my message is pub, then I'm awaiting more content. So just wait. So if I receive something else, then I need to invalidate it. So the protocol becomes harder for me to deal with. So I'm kind of focused on the easy path here, right? So now this command has no content yet. Arguments, there you go. That did not work the way I want it to work. But yeah. I get what you're saying, right? If it's not something I can test easily, but again, the so if we sub, we get the sub. If we pub, we're not taking the message straight away. So the problem is we don't have If we do private bool is receiving, because we're not going to send, we're not going to get a, so the command is invalid. We're not going to get a command in that case. We're going to say if is receiving, then let's create a class for public class, publish message, publish string topic, publish string content. Right. We're going to do because we're not going to have any checks there. It's still the content property in command, but then you can make it public with a set of this, and eventually we know you can move. Then the command persists across. That's not where the command pass is working, so we have to change up the entire function of the command. Right. So right now, I just want to see if I can capture that and then send it on. And yeah, so if it's pub, then var, so is receiving equals true. I don't need a length check on this at all. Actually, I don't even need that. I just need publish message. Publish message is null. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. So, yeah. But I think you kind of get where I'm going with this. Publish message, the content equals message, and then we do broker dot publish async, and we do publish message dot topic publish message dot content. Actually, it doesn't matter. I like is not null. It makes sense. Await, send okay. Publish message equals new, publish message topic equals command dot arguments 0. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Cry puppies, cry. Okay. So let's finish this up, and then we can. I don't think I'm going to finish like this. But if I can get this to work now, then I can connect to second client and see that I can actually see it happen. From there, the extra pieces, I will do the extra pieces just off stream. And I'll update the. So if you're interested in the code, I will publish the code to GitHub. You're more than welcome to take this, tinker with it, fork the repository and do a PR on a better version or some improvements if you have ideas. I'll review them on stream as I do with Water Drink Water. There's there's definitely things I would do differently here. I would treat the command differently. I'd parse the command differently. Reply to. I'm not going to worry about that now because basically that is if there's 3 arguments, then you're going to take the second one as reply to. If there's 2 arguments, then the second one is going to be the size. So what I'd do is I'd actually create specializations for these to know that they're actually active. But this pub command lives across two sets of requests, right? So that's the challenge. If I do connect, and then I do sub friend, right? And then I do pub friend 5. Then I do hello. There you go. So I'm not sure why it echoed this content back to me. Right, let's try it again. Pub friend. Doesn't matter what I put here right now. I'm not validating it. There you go. It's echoing. It's containing that somewhere. But in theory, this is working, right? And I should actually be able to connect 2 clients to this pretty quickly. So if we do that, and then we do that, right? I have 2 clients connected, right? So if we do connect, and we do connect, then I do sub to friend. Okay, and if I do pub friend 10 hello world, I received hello world. So this is subscribed. Now I'm not sure why it's taking, oh, because it's got that content. Am I outputting that somewhere? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm outputting it twice. There you go. So this is doing what it should do, right? So I have the server. I'm able to subscribe. I can do connect. I can do connect. I can do sub to list.22, and then I can do pub to list.22. Doesn't matter. This is a message for list22. Yeah, okay, there we go. This is a message for list22. Ironically, 29 characters. There you go. If I do sub list.23 here, and I do pub list.20, and let's do sub list23 here, and I do pub list.23 message for list. I get it there. I get it there. So the next thing would be to get that reply to stuff in there, obviously. Line that, tighten that up a little bit. Make that a little smoother. But overall, the core of what was necessary, right? Pub subsystem for working with with NATS. Now I could try and test this, but I'll have to do that off stream. So I would be interested if you've watched some of the stream, if you've looked at this code. I'm now gonna commit this code, right? And it's gonna be a public repo. What would you do differently here? Right? How would you handle these pieces? I go to my okay, so I kind of committed it all as one. Anyway, ooh yeah, you're not getting. Ignore the idea. Right, what would you do differently for this? Would you build it the same way? Would you so we go up to step 4, right? Yeah, so let's figure out where I'm going to push this now. And then, what do I call this? Not NATS. So I need to do new. Not NATS. Public repo. About that afterwards. Let's add a remote. Let's rename that before I do that. Push, find remote. But the only thing I would wonder is if I could put a while read X amount of bytes if in the pub branch of the ifs. Update project, merge. How do I do that? I need to force. I cannot force push. Push. Find remote. I cannot force push. Use upstream branch. Main. Right? There successful. There you go. Okay. There you go. There you go. Okay. So nothing should be damaging there. There should be no bins or anything like that. So yeah, okay. So it's there, not NATS. So if you're interested, you're more than welcome to go and check that out. Again, it's the point of the coding challenge is not necessarily to make it perfect, but it is the point is to try and see what I can come up with in that amount of time, where I struggle, share those struggles, really. Just make sure that, you know, just because I've done this a while doesn't mean I'm perfect and I know how to do this straight off the top of my head. There's things I might do because I'm trying to do them on stream, which I'll be honest, I have a significant amount of nervousness while doing the stream. But yeah, that's the point. So next steps would be to run it through the benchmark. I would highly doubt it'll achieve that without overflowing memory. That would be interesting to do. And then obviously allow it to unsub, etc. will be the next piece. But there you go. There's a coding challenge done. I don't know when the next one will be. I don't know. I'll have to see, because I do want to do a poll and see if there's actually any interest in doing these things. But the Discord is available if you're ever interested in asking more questions. If you want to follow up, you know, I'm always open to talking about this sort of stuff. It's definitely something that fascinates me. Coding in general, I mean. So if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions, you're more than welcome to share them there. But that will be me for now. You know, if you want me to take on a challenge, if you think there's things that I could do that would help, or you know, would be kind of fun to do, I'm always open to different things as well from a streaming perspective, because I think it's something that if I'm just doing a project all the time, I don't think people always get engaged. Yeah. No, I'm good. Well, I'd be in trouble. We'll see. So let's go and raid someone. I will be back again tomorrow for a regular time stream. We'll be doing water, drink water. We'll be picking up where we left off last week with that project. Let's go over. I don't know. Been fun like always. Well, thank you very much, Junigus. Thank you for all the assistance. Thank you for the help and you know, the obvious reading around and trying to figure things out. But let's go raid C# threats. He's doing C# and he's doing .NET Dev and he's doing Blazor and stuff, so it's definitely relevant to those people that are going to find my stream and watch my stream. So thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for going down this little rabbit hole with me. Thank you for sticking with me through that challenge. You know, the viewers, there's been a lot of people hanging out here today, which I do appreciate. Yeah, so I will also post in the Discord. I have some ideas for videos, and I want to see if anyone has any interest in me doing some YouTube style videos for content, for small tutorials on using some of the tools that I'm using. So I'll post some stuff in Discord there if you're interested. Let's go raid C# Fritz. Thank you very much. Take care. See you again soon, I hope. Have a great rest of your day.